Game shot. $100. $140. $140. $140. $85. $81. $43. $100. Game shot. $140. $45. $80. $140. $100. $140. $43. $60. $86. $96. Game shot. 59. $140. $100. $26. $94. $140. $44. $137. $60. $48. $98. No score. $14. $6. $16. Game shot. $100. $60. $60. $134. $125. $60. $60. 140. 100. 37 scored. 55. 100. 180. 100. 140. 140. 125. 45. 100. 180. 123. 85. 140. 120. 43. 55. 49. 45. $81. $81. $60. $97. $100. $140. $121. $96. $59. Game shot. $100. $26. $6. $100. $140. $60. $58. $59. $59. $100. $52. 100. Game shot and the match.
Start. Fear not, everyone. We are back here on streaming board number 1. And we have the German giant Gabriel Clemens in action against Alan Soutar of Scotland. Clemens was successful against the hillbilly James Hurrell in round 1 to book his spot in this particular round. Soutar beating Nick Kenny. Both players with 6-4 wins to their names. Both players looking to regain their best form
for the bull.
I think it might be fair to say. Clemens, a former World Championship semi-finalist, is currently not really in the running for
25.
Things like the match play. Just under $7 outside the spot. So if he does have a good run, then he will put himself back in contention.
25.
For a return to Blackpool.
25. Outside.
Soutar was one of the opponents that Clemens had en route to that World Championship semi-final run.
25. Alan's won the bull.
There he was eventually beaten
Alan
by
to throw first.
The then world champion Michael Smith. But it is Alan Soutar who will commence this contest. These matches taken from the top of the draw, board number 1.
41.
The board where we've seen the demise of the top seed Dave Chisnell, who was 5-3 up against Mickey Mansell, but went on to be defeated.
78.
Well, the winner of this will face Mansell or Wesley Plazier, who was too strong for tour-card newbie Adam Paxton.
45.
Already had 6 completed matches from round 2. 4 of them going against the seeded players. Michael Smith has beaten Stephen Burton, and Richie Edhouse beaten Josh Richardson, both those 6-3s. But Raymond van Barneveld, Jermaine Watamina, Ryan Joyce and Joe Cullen have all exited at this stage of the competition.
$46. $59.
Just the one title between these two. Won by Soutar in Hildesheim last year.
140.
Clemens has banged on the door numerous times, but it's never been opened. Although, it looks like he's going to break the throw, because this has been somewhat of a mare for Soutar.
79.
That was his highest scoring visit so far, 79. So Clemens gets treble 19 for double top. Now double 10.
87.
No real fuss. He can choose to split if he wants when he comes back.
$94.
Should have been looking to switch to the 19 with the second dart, because then the bullseye's an option if he hits a single.
6.
Messy first leg. It would be ironic if Soutar was able to take this out.
$88.
21 darts thrown. He's only down to a single to double. Now double 1 for Clemens.
No score.
7 opportunities have been squandered early in the piece. 16 for double 18.
Game
well,
shot.
If Alan Soutar can rely on one thing, it's that his double 18 hitting, he's usually pinpoint. Fairly discouraging
97.
start for both players, it has to be said.
$60. 60. 59. $140.
Don't tend to see as much of big game as we have over the last few years. Changes in the rules to the European Tour means it's much harder for German players to qualify.
96.
Obviously getting rid of the highest ranked host nation players.
$100. $41.
Suits average just short of 92 against Nick Kenny. Nick is a pretty dangerous player, but he's just not arrived so
84.
far. Clemens misses another dart at double. But this is another leg where Suits has done absolutely nothing. Can't buy a treble.
57.
Double five.
15.
And I do have to question the wisdom of going for that double five. Either bust or maybe split for double four.
100.
Ton scored for Suits. Oh, and
No
Clemens has
score.
bust. What is going on here in Leicester? Right, only get one dart at the bullseye. It's two at double 14.
Game shot.
Well, Alan Soutar's finishing has been decent, but apart from that, nothing has been good for anyone.
$59. $96.
Will improve. We will keep the faith. That's much more like it. Two treble visit from Suits.
$60.
Peter Wright, yesterday's runner-up, has whitewashed Brett Clayton, only with an average of 81. Mario van der Mahada has beaten Jim Long 6-3.
58.
Luke Woodhouse and Hope Puha locked at a 5-all game. Dominic Grulich, one leg away from beating Andrew Gilding.
96. $140.
Owen Bates has dispatched Callan Ridds 6-5. That looked like a good game. 96 played 98 average.
81.
Bogey number for
59.
Clemens meant that Suits was afforded options. It's probably best advised not to go for anything flashy when you're not playing particularly well. Lovely setup shot from Clemens, however, may not come back.
46.
He doesn't come back. He's already missed 11 darts at double. Make that a dozen.
20.
Hands held aloft in pure exasperation.
Game shot.
Even Alan Soutar can't believe what's happening.
135. 60. 140. 60. 100. 59.
Once again, Alan Soutar is trebleless after 9 darts.
$86.
Clemens is nearly 300 points in front, but the way this game's been going, you still wouldn't be too confident.
140. Game shot.
Finally, Clemens gets over the line. 16th time of asking.
$140.
Won each of his last 3 meetings with Suits, including that World Championship last 16 match.
135.
A couple of wins in Players' Championships as well.
$100. 96. 140.
Luke Woodhouse edged over the finishing line against Hopai Puha. Won that one 6-5.
86.
Dirk van Dijvenbode followed his 106 average with a 92 against Chris Landman, winning 6-4. Alan Soutar now hits the bullseye when he didn't want it. That's sometimes how it goes, and he wasn't too far away from busting 1-2-1. Well, in theory,
58.
double 4 should be a good shot for Soutar because it's next to that favourite double 18.
No
and then
score.
goes the other way and busts. Double 6.
Game shot.
Fabulous finish from Gabriel Clemens in what has been a truly baffling game of darts. He could be 5-0 up. Instead, he is mounting a comeback.
$96. 60. 59. 60. 96. 140. 60. 100.
Well, 141 is a 3-figure combination shot where double 18 can be utilised.
138.
The score from Clemens means 141 might have to go. Yet Issues treble 15.
109.
Excellent approach play, but Clemens for a third leg on the bounce.
Game
Makes
shot.
it 3-all. Well, as predicted, the form of both players is rising after a very, very
58.
ropey start.
$96. $83.
Gary Anderson and Willie O'Connor were both brilliant in their respective Stream 1 matches, and they're having a
95.
good game as well. It is the Magpie who leads the Flying Scotsman 4-2, both averaging 97.
140. $95. $60. $140.
Another treble 20.
100.
Single 18. Big number missed.
35.
Can't afford to pass up chances. Suits with a step across.
Game shot.
Game shot is called. It was in.
$44.
Gowan Price has had his fingers burnt by Adam Lipscomb once already this season, and he's in a real battle. 3-3 there. Willie O'Connor now leads Gary
100.
Anderson 5-2. Wessel Nyman has just beaten Ricky Evans 6-5. Luke Humphreys was eliminated by Brett Clayton at this
81.
stage yesterday. He's 4-2 up against Christian Kist. Luke Littler, much more like it from the Nuke, leads Rob Owen 3-0.
96. $57. $145. 100. $100. $59.
Same formula as last time.
Game shot.
More efficient. Second time around. Alan Soutar greets that with a scoff. Clemens could have won this match. He had darts at double in the first 6 legs. He has tapered off since.
100. $96. 140. 180.
You have a 180. 9 legs into the match. Could go treble 17.
91.
Leaves the big fish. Be a huge dollop of irony if Alan Soutar can win the game on the biggest checkout of them all.
100.
It's on. Bullseye for Alan Soutar.
145.
It was too good to be true. Clemens will look at the bullseye first. Treble 20.
105.
Leaves it handy on double 10, but Suits returns. 25 is the target. Excellent dart at single 9.
Game shot.
And double 8 is found.
Alan
Well, that
Soutar.
was a real slog in the opening stages, and Gabriel Clemens will be left ruining a spate of missed opportunities. 14 at double in the first 3 legs. Soutar couldn't buy a treble and yet established a 3-0 lead thanks to some pretty good finishing. 50% overall is a very good statistic. The averages, nothing to write home about, but Souts got the job done. A 6-3 win over Gabriel Clemens. Two players who have won Players' Championship title to their name
3 more each.
are to face off in round 2 here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Players' Championship 12 saw Mickey Mansell defeat the number 1 seed Dave Chisnell 6-5 despite being 5-3 down. Mansell was able to rattle off 3 straight legs. In doing so, booked his place against either Adam Paxton or Wesley Plazier. And as you can see, Plazier managed to defeat the new tour card
Mickey
holder.
to throw for the bull.
Wesley himself new as a card holder, but fans of
Outside.
PDC darts will know that he has been around for a long time now. Joined the very exclusive non-tour card holder title winner club in October last year in Wigan, beating Josh Rock 8-7 in a tense final. Though it's fair to say that despite playing to a relatively good standard this year, results have not been forthcoming for Big Wes.
43.
His win against Paxton was only the second time in his last 7 Players' Championship events that he managed to win in round 1. And he's only got to the board final once this year. All of a sudden, when you are on the tour, you have to worry about things like rankings and
140
qualifications for things like the World Championship. Who knows how many Pro Tour places will be given out?
100.
Have to go back nearly 7 years to the day since Mickey Mansell won his only PDC Players' Championship.
138.
2-time world champion Adrian Lewis was accounted for that day. The ultimate professional player, Mansell. Tend to know
60.
what you're going to get from him standard-wise. That sort of 90 to 94 range.
$129.
Solid start from Big Wes against the Cluno Cyclone.
43.
Choose 19, could choose 11. Chooses the former.
Game shot.
There's double 16 for a 14-dart start.
$100. 60.
Mansell was beaten in round 1 yesterday. He'll have looked at the draw when it came out and thought, the world number 1, Luke Humphreys. That could have been kinder.
125. 96.
'Willie O'Connor was 5-2 up against Gary Anderson. He has been beaten 6-5.
180.
Champions find a way to come back.
$180.
180s apiece, but Plazier could only leave himself a bogey number. Mansell looks for an 11-darter. Tremendous leg of darts from Mickey Mansell.
$140.
This one's heating up very nicely. Josh Rock threw some staggeringly good darts yesterday, and he's throwing some good stuff again today. 103.6 average, beating Justin Hood 6-2.
85.
And plus averages recorded by Johnny Clayton, Luke Humphreys, the two World Masters finalists.
$41. $180.
Does use quite a unique setup, Wesley Plazier. Not too dissimilar to the darts used by Luke Humphreys. Quite bulky at the front. Longer and thinner at the back.
100.
But they're working very nicely for him.
$56. $60. Game shot.
Plazier responds to the 12 darter from Mickey Mansell.
$60. $85.
Connor Scott's gone 1-0 up against Daryl Gurney in his round 2 match and has hit a 10 darter because he's averaging 150.3.
$140.
Cameron Veen has beaten his compatriot Mike Cavanhoe 6-2, 104 average for him. The Toms are in battle on board 4. Lishman 5-3 up on Bissell. So that game, Gurney and Scott, and these two, the only round 2 games, and are still going on.
85. $100. $180.
Couple of maxes apiece. He doesn't need to switch now.
100.
Double 18 for Mickey Mansell. Trying to work his way in.
No score.
Unsuccessfully so. Now this would feel like an act of darting pickpocketry. Treble or single. That leaves double 6. Saw Gabriel Clemens do this in the last match, and Wesley Plazier has done the same. Steals that leg off Mickey Mansell. It's a break of throw. Mansell looks nonplussed. Plazier 3 from 3 on the doubles.
$140. $60.
Mickey Mansell was actually Wesley Plazier's very first opponent as a tour card holder in the Players' Championship event. Their only recorded meeting coming in Wigan. The start of February, Mansell was victorious 6-2.
$135. 140. 136.
Not the conventional order to do things, but Mickey Mansell does get down to a finish. However, Wesley Plazier, he's on a 12 darter. Lovely bullseye. Double 16 now.
Game
4
shot.
from 4 for Big Wes. And that was a big finish. I do believe if Mansell was on a lower number, Plazier may have gone treble 14, but because Mansell
100.
needed the biggest finish of them all, decided with 2 in hand to go for the bullseye anyway. Worked a treat.
$100.
Michael Smith and Johnny Clayton to come up next on stream board number 1.
$81. $134. $60. $59. $100. $56.
Mansell might be allowed 6 darts at this. Can he loop one over the top?
60.
Only takes a nibble off to leave a ton. 152. If this goes, Mansell may feel like giving up. Is he baffled as to why that
82.
second dart went in the single 5? And not get a worst possible dart with 100 left.
60.
You'll have been hoping that gravity will have blown it out of the board. Double 16. Worked out nicely for him already.
38.
Not this occasion.
Game shot.
Mansell with a response. Cuts the gap to 2.
$59. $100. $119. $180.
Mansell nudges in front on the 180 count. Needs a break of throw.
140.
Needs more than a break, if truth be told.
60. $59.
Massive bullseye combination upcoming. Need a treble 20 though.
130.
Good use of the bullseye, although he probably would have preferred to hit the 25. 14 or treble. Leaves double 11.
113.
On the wire. Agony for Wesley Plazier. Double 10.
Game shot.
The left-hander's paradise, double 10. Good standard here.
140.
Wesley's seasonal best is a few percentage points above 100.
140.
That was against Martin Lukeman in the second Players' Championship event of the year. He's on for a seasonal best.
$41.
Ross Smith and Oscar Lukasiak underway on stream board number 2. It's the Swede who leads 1-0.
96. $100.
Top bins of treble 20. $171. Yes, please.
171. $95.
Well, Mickey Mansell has got away with one. Single 20 and he leaves 165.
54.
Treble 20. Not particularly close.
87.
Tees it up for double 19, but double top as Wesley Plazier eyes up a 5-3 advantage.
Game shot.
In at the left-hand side. And Plazier is one leg away from reaching the board final for just the second time this year.
$100. $100. $180.
Cramming 3 darts into treble 20. Plazier with some excellent timing.
$60.
Mickey Mansell's not played bad, but you have to say at this stage, Wesley Plazier would deserve the win.
96. 41.
Mansell might be going out with a whimper. Plazier so far in front, didn't really entertain going 93. For the bullseye.
100.
No finish left for Mansell. Double 16 has been fairly good to Wesley Plazier, but instead, sneaks double 8.
24. $140.
Mansell is breathing down Wesley Plazier's neck. But Plazier blows him away with the performance of the season so far for the big Dutchman. An average of around about the 103 mark. As Mickey Mansell did not create enough opportunities for himself. Plazier had darts at double in all but one of the 9 legs that we had. He was generally excellent on the outer ring, hitting more than half of his doubles that he went for. He is through to a board final for only the second time in 2025. Wesley Plazier has beaten Mickey Mansell 6-3. Round 3 is upon us as the Bully Boy takes on the Ferret in the darting menagerie that is the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Michael Smith and Johnny Clayton have had some classic contests over the years, and we all hope this will be another one of them. Smith's aims not quite as lofty in 2025 as they were a few years ago now. Man who won one of the greatest ever World Championship finals is now in a battle to be in things like the match play and the Grand Prix.
Michael to throw
A
for
big
the
run here will do him the world of good in his prospects. However, Johnny Clayton,
outside.
you expect, will be a tricky customer to face in round 3.
25. Johnny's won the ball.
Both players have over
Johnny
the years
to
got their
throw
hands
first.
on several of these Players' Championship titles.
$59.
They'll be hoping to embellish their collection.
$140.
Last time Smith beat Clayton, it was en route to a title in Hildesheim last year, which was a significant
97.
one because it was Michael Smith's first ranking title with his new darts.
95.
Johnny Clayton wasn't a fan of losing to him that day because he's since won the last 4 meetings, including in the UK Open earlier this year.
140.
Quarter-final contest at Minehead. Clayton was then subsequently littlered
80.
in the semi-finals.
$99.
He's been playing some lovely darts today as the Ferret. 103 averages against both Thibaut Tricol and Kevin Dukes.
96.
And he's looking at 106 for an early hold of throw.
90.
Inside on double 16. Smithy's not been playing bad himself. Could be about to break. Missed the big 20 completely.
40.
I can tell you that grin on his face was not genuine.
Game shot.
Ferret squeaks it home. Leads this one 1-0. Still first to 6 legs in this round 3 contest.
56.
Now still going in round 2 over on the second streaming board. Ross Smith and Oscar
140.
Lukasiak locked at 3 apiece.
$40.
Luke Littler has beaten Owen Bates in the first leg of his round 3 match, averaging 53. What's happened there?
100.
I'm going to investigate that while I continue to watch this match.
40.
28 darter.
$140.
That was a ricochet and a half.
180.
180 from Bully Boy, but this is the Ferret trademark finish.
97.
You will always go for it, regardless of the situation.
65.
However, he now wants double 12.
Game shot.
There is double 12. 2-0. Johnny Clayton leads. Break a throw on Michael Smith, who looks like he's replacing one of the flights, or maybe one of the stems. Some sort of running repair.
95. $134.
Josh Rock walloped Matt Campbell in round 1 yesterday. A 6-0 win for Rocky. Matt Campbell is ensuring that won't happen again because he's 2-0 up.
100.
We do actually have our first man through to the last 16.
60.
A repeat of a meeting we saw on the stream yesterday. Karol Sedlacek has beaten Nico Springer 6-3. Now those are the two
88.
new tour card holders in the first year of their cycle who'd won the most prize money this year.
140. 59.
Treble 19. Double 16. Oh, it's a beauty from Johnny Clayton. Pure class from the ferret.
98.
Michael Smith
100.
isn't even feeding off scraps. He's not feeding at all. He's not had a dart at double.
59. 100. 140. 60. 94. 83.
Modicum of comfort for Michael Smith. Does get a dart at double top.
90.
First miss. He will come back. Johnny Clayton can't take out 158 to follow up the 146.
60. 'Game shot.
There is double 10. Michael Smith registers his first leg of this contest. Even after 4 legs,
60.
there's a distinct feeling he's clinging on.
$95. 97.
Peter Wright and Danny Noppert will follow on streaming board 2 once Smith v. Lukasiak has concluded.
60.
There are other viewing options, free from commentary, all the ambient sounds you want from the Mattioli Arena. Mario van der Mahada against Luke Humphreys on board 3. And Brendan Dolan v. Gary Anderson on board 4.
100. 135.
Fortunate for the ferret, but 97 points in front. However, this is a response. Michael Smith is looking to break the throw. Treble 19. He loves a big combination finish.
117.
He's mere millimeters away from getting another one. Bullseye now.
27.
Unconventional. He went treble 18 to leave double 6.
Game shot.
Last dart in hand. Always frustrating when you're watching from behind.
60. 100. 100. 137. 100. 100.
Michael Smith is chasing.
59. 79.
Well, that offers half a chance for Michael Smith, because Clayton might come back and only get one dart at bull.
84.
Two at tops instead. Double 10.
Game
Lovely
shot.
stuff, Johnny Clayton. 15 dart break of throw. He's just the one leg away from completing victory. This match comes from board 6.
100.
We will face the winner of board 5, and we don't even know what that fixture is yet, because Ross Smith and Oscar Lukasiak still playing in round 2. Winner of that faces Ricardo Pietrezco.
180.
So, Johnny Clayton may face a substantial weight before towing the Oki again.
125. 123.
Ross Smith has got the job done against Oscar Lukasiak.
45.
He'll take on Ricardo Pietrezco. Played each other in
94.
reset on the Euro Tour at the weekend.
97.
Double top.
Game shot.
Michael Smith starts the comeback, maybe.
$100. 134.
Richie Edhouse one leg away from the last 16. 5-3 up on Wessel Nyman. Plays averaging a ton.
100.
Luke Littler one leg away as well. Leads Owen Bates 5-2. Matt Campbell didn't lead Josh Rock for very long.
180.
5-3 to Josh Rock. First 180 of the match for Clayton.
100.
Level 17.
137.
Making a real charge to the finishing line.
105.
18 for double 16. There's part 1.
Game shot.
Dozen
and the
darter
match.
for Johnny Clayton to seal victory against Michael Smith. It is 5 in a row for the Ferret against Bully Boy, who was off colour in the course of that game. He only had darts at double in 3 of the 8 legs that we played. It was a much more consistent display from Clayton. A couple of lovely checkouts in there. The 1-4-6 that established a 3-0 advantage. Johnny Clayton has sealed his place in the last 16.
Precision, control and performance matter in darts and on the road. Falcon Tyres delivers. Trusted in any weather, on any road, for any vehicle. Proud partner of the PDC, we bring passion to the streets and the arena. Falcon Tyre.
We begin round 4 here in Leicester. Players' Championship 12 of the Mattioli Arena. As Gavin Price toes the streaming board Oki, the only man so far to have won more than one of these championships this year. And he make it a hat-trick with Mario van der Mahada, his latest opponent. Now, van der Mahada has not had a great start to the year, if truth be told. However, today's conquered Neil Zonneveld, semi-finalist yesterday, one of Canada's premier players in Jim Long, and the world #1, Luke Humphreys. Despite averaging 10 points fewer than Coolhand, Mario was able to hold his own in a last leg decider. Kicked off that leg with 2 180s. And he beats another former champion of the world. He'll have to work very hard to do so, with Price playing some excellent stuff right now. Speaking of working hard, Johnny Bryan's larynx has worked very hard today because streaming board 2 has been somewhat eternal. So we're giving you a rest, and you're going to come over to streaming board 1. Good afternoon, Johnny.
Good afternoon to you, Daniel. Good afternoon, everybody on streaming board 1. I'm going to send you my sincere apologies right now because games that have lasted 10 legs or more have followed me all day. So
25.
I'm guessing this could go the same way. And right now the marathon seems to be on the bullseye between the Iceman and Super Mario here. And to the last 16 we go. All matches now getting underway. There's still one that was actually playing the last 32. That was Ross Smith and Pikachu. That was still being played. And that might just finished, in fact. 6-3 to Ross Smith. I saw Ross Smith take out a 1-2-4 as we was heading to the commentary box in that game and giving it the big one, giving it the fist bump.
25.
This is the longest bull-up I've had all day.
Oh, right, yes. So I am bringing my curse here to, by the way, of longevity. The thing that's making me laugh right now, the spotters and directors in my ear going, can you go back to stream 2, please? Watch Mario hit the bullseye here. Here we go. Oh, nearly.
25.
It's not often Kurt Bevins is funny, but on that occasion he was.
Going to throw first.
So it will be the Iceman getting us underway in this last 16 contest. Race to 6 at this
45.
And Price has taken care of Darius Labanauskas, averaging just short of 102. More routine performances against Adam Lipscomb and Matty Dennant have followed. We know that Price is the kind of player who can start these events with some pretty second-gear stuff, pedestrian for the Iceman's high standards. But he's got that stamina, and he can raise his level as the demands wear on. Has beaten Mario in their only meeting to date, averaging 106 in one of these floor tournaments in Barnsley a couple of years ago.
140.
But it is the Belgian who's started a little bit stronger, a couple of average tons for the first 2 visits, and he should be adding to that equation right now.
100.
Even tons for the 3 visits to the hockey for the Belgian. To put Price under a little bit of pressure in the early part.
100.
Winner this time will play the winner of Ross Smith and Johnny Clayton.
105.
They'll get underway in around about 7-8 minutes from now, because Ross Smith has only just completed his last 32 tie against Ricardo Petretsko.
63.
Break opportunity for Mario. Still do it, but it has to be treble 19. Fails in his aim. Treble 14 is the target.
36.
Not a great setup. Gavin Price will be aggressive. Treble 18 leaves double top. Usually very reliable here. And if he doesn't hit tops, he usually hits 10s, which he does this time.
Hold a throw for the Iceman. His opening leg this last 16 game. Jan van Veen's 2 legs to the good already against Martin Lukeman. And Super Mario finds the first max of the game.
$97. 140.
Second dart just below the requisite target. But this has been an encouraging start, despite losing the opening leg.
180.
Yeah, 180 apiece in this second leg, but Manel was taken to the task here. Enjoying himself, it seems. Oh, enjoying himself very much so. Down to double eight after 9. Very nice from the Belgian. Very nice indeed from Price. With two 180s in this leg, but it is Manel with two 8s coming in and found. One leg apiece. This is what I want to see more of, Dan. Wait, you had this all day on streaming board number 1?
No.
96.
10 dart leg as he puts the super in Super Mario. Very capable player
100.
is Mario van der Behaarde, one of the more senior members of the tour. He's in his 50s now, but he's twice been a graduate of Q School.
180.
Had an awful start to the year, losing in round 1 in his first 4 Players' Championship events. However, he sealed qualification for the Euro Tour in Riese and the one coming up in Munich over Easter. So,
100.
Chance for him to build some money there as well as here.
This is very good from Going Price. Been very impressed, I have seen in these last couple of legs. 2 maxes in leg 2, 2 maxes in leg 3, down to 45 after 9. Manel, to his credit, chasing him and finds a max of his own. 5 for 40. Found 2-1 to the Iceman. Great standard from both these players so far. Well, there you go. That is the standard. Oh.
180.
7 maxes, and we've only played 3 legs and 1 throw.
100.
And then the averages are showing that right now. Both of them 110 plus. He's in again here.
140.
Well, that'll do.
Everything is working for Mario van der Behaarde right now. You look at him play, and he doesn't have the smoothest of throws. It's
97.
It reminds me a little bit sometimes of the way that Dave Chisnell throws. A little bit snatchy at the end. Sometimes the follow-through can vary. But this is magnificent.
100.
Well, he's down to 81 after 9. Price way back 304. Needs a ton 40 at the very least. Or a couple of trebles to help his cause. Not going to happen.
58.
So odds on here that Manel will go as a level game. 66. Treble 10 will be the target. Single 16 now. To set up double top 41. When he returns.
No reason for Mario to go chasing the bullseye. Leaves it very handy on tops.
100.
And for a 13 darter,
Game shot.
Mario van der Behaarde straight in there. Going Price probably won't have underestimated Mario, but on paper, this is not the toughest draw he could have had.
180.
Both these players have brought the A game.
44.
First blink, you could say, from Super Mario.
58.
Well, a blink, you say.
120.
He responds with a 2 treble visit.
Yeah, he's still 73 behind. Plus these.
96.
Fair play to Price, gets himself down to a finish after 9. But he's in the red bit again.
85.
That's unlucky, that. I think the second and third dart deserve better. Price, 2 visits to the Oki at 167. He's going to take the scenic route to get there.
127.
To leave 40.
He is a very good mathematician, Gerwin Price. He's always got a plan So starting on the 19s means that if he doesn't hit the treble, he can go and attack the 18s to leave his favourite tops. And there is double top for Gerwin Price. All 5 legs so far, 1 on throw, and this is a tremendous game. Exhibition standards. Mario in again on the treble 20.
Yeah, 111 plays 106, and I think the 106 is only due to 3 missed darts, a double from Price as well. Mario's had 100% every time he's gone to the board to find a double. He's hit. Price has been
40.
very strong in the scoring department. Big weapon in the arsenal.
Highest recorded average we've seen from Mario in a Players' Championship event came in the very last one of last year. 106.73 against Jan van Veen. On course to beat that.
140.
However, he himself might be beaten.
So, an excellent performance this has been from Super Mario. And look at this again. Oh.
140.
Well, he's not going to go quietly, even though Price is putting the pressure on the Belgian here. With darts like this.
123.
Bit of annoyance, though, there from Gerwin. Finding the 3 with that last dart. Does open the door for Mario to get back into the leg here. Another one of them would be nice.
135.
Very nice indeed.
2 tops.
38.
Smiles to himself. It was quite a risky move, I think, to go for that.
56, 16 taken off. Double top for a level game. And he's hit it again. Hasn't missed a dart at double as Super Mario. Best of 5 now, 3-3.
85.
Sometimes you get games like this where players seemingly spur each other on. If they see a 180 being hit against them, they have to respond. There's an example of the snatchy throw 41. You can sometimes see from Mario. No surprise that it went wayward, landed in the single 1.
46.
Two lackluster visits from Price have not been punished.
100.
Only gets Mario close to parity, as it were. Price is all with the advantage, and now trying to kick into gear.
60.
But not enough. Too many troublous visits in the first 3 visits to the Oki. The door's ajar, Mario. Will you walk in?
$60. 100.
Well, from when they were cooking on gas a couple of legs ago, it seems they put the brakes on in this leg. Respite for the treble 20 bed. But for how long? How long indeed?
140.
Not that long. And if Price comes away dry...
60.
And the throw is under threat.
160 coming in. Looking to leave it handy. A treble 20 will do that.
100.
And does so. All credit to the Belgian. Price, 150 under pressure. But he's more than capable. Just deflected upwards. 70 to go. Treble 18 or treble 10 the target now. Treble 10.
110.
And that leaves double top. Should he return? But Mario on 60 has 2 darts at double top. He hasn't missed so far. And he is still not missing. Wonderful stuff from the Belgian. Averaging 105 against the former champion of the world.
In his entire PDC career, Mario van den Behaarde has only reached 2 quarterfinals. Lost to Dave Chisnell in Barnsley in 2022, and then a couple of years ago in Hildesheim, beaten by Christian Kist.
100.
And with those matches, they were averages in the 80s. Maybe you can deduce from that there was nothing left in the tank. But he seems to be firing better than ever here.
Well, so far this is best average of the day. It's one of the best averages of the day for the whole of the 128 who are here.
140.
You can guarantee one thing. Price will not go quietly. And bearing in mind, Mario beat Luke Humphries. Well, I guess another 180 goes in the previous round, despite having a 10 points less average. So I think he was doing the damage on his own throw in that game.
131.
Not quite in the treble 20. Could go bullseye with the last dart.
95.
130 from Price, the small fish. Required. Oh, Robin Hooded it. Unbelievable. Small moments, these matches
45.
can turn. And Mario now, 66 to go one away.
He has been deadly on tops.
46.
That does not continue. And Mario van der Behard worked so hard to break the Gezi Price throw. He might have it broken instantly. Double 5. Price takes a step back.
Oh,
and pins it. You cannot keep him quiet for long.
Well, you've been having all the fun on this streaming board, Dan. This is one of the best matches I've seen today. Probably the best matches I've seen doing Pro Tour events. Oh, Price is in again. His 6th max of the contest.
$91.
But as my spotter just reminded me, I brought my 10-legged curse still to streaming board 1, but we'll have plenty more of this, though.
We'll have 20 legs of this, I don't mind. First man through to the quarterfinals. Luke Woodhouse has beaten Ryan Searle 6-2, averaging 98.8. Both 59. Of these are on course to beat that record. Question is, who gets into the last 8?
Well, Price is the big favourite now.
127.
In this leg. Mario's country mile back. So he'll be thinking about the next leg and trying to take this to a decider.
55.
It was the first time I've watched the Belgian. Dan, I've been more than impressed.
14.
2 missed starts there from Gerwin.
Needs another big treble to get to a finish.
140.
Gets it, however, no in Price.
Game shot.
If he misses twice, it's third time of asking.
And goes one away from victory. Jan van Veen, the latest winner into the last 8, defeating Martin Lugman 6 legs to 3.
57. 121.
Well, we were eulogising over Mario van der Behard's performance
100.
in the early stages. Gerwin Price has stuck with him resolutely, and now he's averaging more.
101.
Putting pressure on the Belgians' throw. Is this the time for Super Mario to crack?
60.
Price steals the throw. And now has got the winning post in his sights.
80.
Ooh, and ah.
Looked like he was about to pound his own palm 82. Then before thinking better of it. 199 for Price. Could go back upstairs to try and leave the top.
59.
Well, it does open the door again for Mario to get back in the leg here. The long shot 140. Could do with at least a ton here. Oh, now he's in trouble.
42.
Not enough. Match darts coming in, potentially for Price. And it's one dart at double 10 for the game and a place in the last 8. And Going Price advances. And a round of applause from his opponent, who was superb in this game. He gave Going Price a real test. But it is the former world champion who will advance into the last 8, where he will meet the winner of Ross Smith and Johnny Clayton. That is to come. Well done, Going Price. He's through 6 legs to 4.
Whack some cream on it. Hooroo.
Wrap your laughing gear around that.
Hold the phone. What's this?
Foster's Proper Shandy, the amber nectar with lemony deliciousness.
You little ripper, Daniel.
Nothing better than a proper Aussie combo.
Like a kangaroo. Basically a rabbit mixed with a deer.
Or a mullet. City up front, out back. Out back.
Or jorts, the ruggedness of denim, with the ventilation of budgie smugglers.
I see your point.
New Foster's Proper Shandy, a proper Aussie combo. Good call.
Time for the last 8.
3 more each.
Jan van Veen and Richie Edhouse here on streaming board number 1. And Richie Edhouse conquered Luke Littler in the previous round in a last leg shootout. I kid you not. And Jan van Veen defeated Martin Lukeland 6 legs to 3. One of these two just 3 matches away from victory here at the Plazier Arena in Leicester.
Gian's won the ball.
It's the former World Youth Champion
to throw first.
Jan van Veen will get us underway in this race to 6 for a meeting against either Josh Rock or Gary Anderson, who are also playing right now, as is Johnny Clayton and Gerwyn Price with an all-Welsh derby, and an all-England affair between Ian White and Luke Woodhouse. One of those 8 men will be crowned champion in about 75 minutes or so from now. Now it's hot-footed it from board 2 to board 1. Did you have an easier games on when I was away, by the way, or did they all go the distance as they have done on that board for most of the day?
Well, you mentioned going the distance. That's exactly what happened for Richie Edhouse, as you said, against the world champion, Luke Littler.
60.
And he was 4-1 up in that game. And Luke Littler, sometimes you just get the feeling that he annoys himself to the point where he thinks, right, I'm going to start throwing some serious darts now. And he did. And he managed to make it a level game. But Richie, in that final leg, that deciding leg, was superb.
140.
Ton 40s, ton 40s, ton 40s, down to a finish first, got the job done, saw off Luke Littler. And that's why he's here against Jan.
56.
Right now, Jan van Veen is the one with the advantage. He's down to 68 after 12. Richie trying to catch up, and he's going to catch up indeed with these darts. Put a pressure on indeed.
139.
But it will be the young Dutchman to go first and have 2 darts at double 4. 1 missed. 1 hit.
Shot.
Hold a throw for the former World Youth Champion.
$119.
Yes, wins for Jan van Veen over Dominic Grulish by 6 legs to 4.
96.
Richie defeated Vessel Nyman, another seed, 6 legs to 3. Richie defeating Joshua Richardson in the round of 64 by 6 legs to 3. Jan beated Mike Koolvenhoven, his fellow compatriot, 6-2 in 96. The round of 64, and their first round victories were against Dylan Slevin of Ireland for Richie, and for Jan it was Cam Crabtree. And both of them averaged over 100 in that game. So comes into this into a rich vein of form as he goes downstairs on the 19s, and he's having some reward down there. Went for the balls over the last one to try and set up a finish, but no dice there. Richie, 2 visits at 142.
$56.
Well, Jan, a winner on the floor here in Leicester just last month.
46.
Beat Luke Humphreys 8-3 in the final. But Richie Edhouse
Game shot.
is hoping that it will be him who progresses as far as possible here at Players' Championship 12, 1-1.
Yeah, Richie's never won a Players' title.
139.
But had that tremendous victory at the European Championship last year. We had been pulling up trees on the European Tour last year, so in some cases it wasn't really unexpected. I think it was just a matter of time many in the darting world were thinking about
97.
Richie Edhouse. Great character.
Currently ranked number 26 in the world.
96.
It's the last 32 stage of the Players' Championship finals last year.
133.
But as you mentioned, yet to pick up a Players' Championship floor crown, if you will.
58.
Maybe today could be the day. He's already knocked out the world champ.
Well, Kian's going to stay there. Didn't need to go the bullseye route because of Richie on 207. And he's got himself down to 32 after 12. Edhouse 207, not making much inroads. Nearly halves the score. But Gian pins double 16 with his first dart and now leads 2-1. Going Price also 2 legs to the good over his compatriot Johnny Clayton, and Gary Anderson's taken the first leg against Josh Rock. And Ian White, who's having a great renaissance later in his career. He's having a good purple patch on the floor. 1-0 ahead over Luke Woodhouse.
58.
Well, Gian has averaged 99 through the course of the day. Richie around about 95.
57.
There have been some clutch moments for Edhouse. Go back to that
112.
deciding leg with Littler. The teenager had won 4 legs on the spin to level the game, including a 12 dart to make it 5-5. Yet he managed to put that out of his mind, that pressure that was applied on him in the deciding leg, and really turned up for it.
100.
Got another of the sport's young guns in front of him here.
58.
And just 22 years old.
56.
Tops remains for Richie Edhouse.
Yeah, Gian way back, can only pressurise, which he should do now. Single 19.
137.
Left 170, instead leaves the champagne 132. Should he return? Because Richie's got double top in his sights. Misses with the first. Lands double 10 with the second. First 4 legs going with the darts. 2-2.
$100. 95.
Spoke
42.
Of Kian's victory. The Players' Championship over Luke Humphreys here in Leicester last month.
59.
Reached the final. Players' Championship 5 as well. Was beaten 8-7 by Joe Cullen in a great contest. It was a tight final.
$59.
Finds interesting ways to keep himself occupied, doesn't he, Kian, when he's not at the oche? Have a wander around, look about, see what's going on, and then return to hit a 180.
180.
That's pretty simple when you put it like that.
It's his second of the contest. Gets himself down to that awkward 79, but he's got the luxury of having a couple of goes at this, deciding which way he wants to go that's comfortable to him. 41 left, single 9, that'll leave 32 when he returns. Elsewhere, Josh Rock's levelled up at 2-2 against Gary Anderson. Ian White's 2-1 up, and Gillian Price may have dinner reservations nearby because he's 4-0 up on Johnny Clayton, averaging 120 in that game. 2-8 for Van Veen, and that's 3-2.
We saw a 114 average yesterday.
180.
Richie's goes up to 98 with that 180.
Yeah, I think Josh Rock had a 119 average, I think, at one point yesterday.
140.
I think he might have finished 118.6, I think it was. Just a couple of points past his PB.
58. $100.
Nice from Richie Edhouse. Real nice.
180.
His second max in this leg. Gian following him, then no.
180.
83, 81. Double 17, double 16 for an 11 darter. 11 darter found from Richie Edhouse as well. All credit to him. Level game, 3-3.
100.
And as this day has gone and just followed me with at least 10 leg matches now, I have the sense this one's going to do the same. Because nothing can separate these two.
Well, Jan had a 10-leg game against Dominic Grulich. 10-leg game against Cam Crabtree as well. But the other two that he's had have been slightly more simple. This, hard to predict which way it could go.
100.
Nice deflection.
Yeah, just looking at this the scoreboard right now.
95.
Across all the matches,
85.
and it seems that everyone is bringing their top game to the latter part of the day. Van Veen's going to stay here, by the way.
120.
Didn't need to go the bullseye route. 5 out of the 8 players playing right now are averaging over 100 in their quarterfinal matches.
60.
I think Jan Van Veen might be following in suit here. 2 16s coming in. Misses one, gets with the second. Back with the darts we go. 4-3.
Just about to make the same point. Mind you, Gary Anderson's averaging 99.6. He's not exactly a million miles away from a ton himself.
Yeah, just looking across all 8, actually, Luke Woodhouse is 2-2 with Ian White, and he's averaging 99.2. Gary Anderson's 3-3 with Josh Rock. He's averaging 99.6.
96.
And this match here, before the start of this leg, Richie Edhouse is 97.2. Jan Van Veen, 99.7. Everybody else is over 100, by the way. Johnny Clayton's lost 6-1 and averaged 99 to go in price, who averaged somewhere in the 110s, I think. Just waiting for that confirmation to come in and tell you what it is. But it was a very good performance from the Iceman. He'll play the winner of Ian White and Luke Woodhouse. In fact, it was 112.25.
100.
Will go in price, and that's 6-1 demolition over his compatriot.
59.
Important last start for Richie Edhouse. Gives himself 2 data.
But from what we've seen in these
57
7 legs and change so far, the player going second hasn't really attacked an opponent's throw. Richie Edhouse, very professional, very clinical. 4 legs apiece, a best of 3 now, but it wouldn't put it past Jan Van Veen taking this. Look at how strong he is from the off here again. Wonderful stuff.
180. 81.
Frustrating deflection there for Richie Edhouse. Hang on a minute. Unlucky.
100.
Unlucky with the third as well. He knows it. 2 very good visits for Jan. Less 60. So the case for Richie.
Big favourite to go on the hill. Ooh, 2 blood deflected darts, though.
61.
Just well. But he's 200 cleared of his opponent here. And has the luxury of having a number of visits, it seems.
96.
Take out this 160. Even tunnel do. It's a little bit awkward. Trying to land a dart on top of that. Oh, it's brilliant. From the former World Youth Champion.
That's the benefit, isn't it, when your darts lay flat like that? It does give you the opportunity to stack.
100.
60 in hand for Jan Van Veen. Tops. Can he thread it through?
40.
No, he can't.
Well, this will be a steal and a half. Oh, and it's on as well. Treble 18 required. And found bullseye for the steal for Richie Edhouse.
139.
So near for the Madhouse.
So near, but it will feel so far if Jan can pin 2 10s to go within a leg of the victory. And that's exactly what happens. Richie swiftly back to the oche.
Josh Rock through against Gary Anderson, averaging 108 in that game by 6 legs to 3.
45.
And now is this the first blink of this game? Richie Edhouse with a 45 start. Jan van Veen, he's in to punish.
125.
But Edhouse, I'm not going to go quietly into the Leicester Knights. No, thank you, sir.
Both of these players are playing well, aren't they? This has been a really good watch.
140.
Ton 40 for Jan Veen. Richie needed a lot of trouble the last start. But this one's hanging in the balance. I'll put Van Veen favourite. I'll put him favourite now if you can find another one of them or another one of them.
121.
Unlucky with that deflection.
$93.
115. 96 left. Trouble 20. Would have had a match start at double 18. So Edhouse, 88 to survive and to take us to a decider.
Well, he had a deciding leg against Luke Littler. He was in front in that game. He's behind in this one.
63.
Wobbles the barrel once again. Narrowly misses the bullseye. So, Jan, 56 to win it and to go through to the semis.
Double tops his target. And Jan van Veen is through to the last 4. Round of applause from Richie Edhouse, who gave him a stern test. But the former world youth champion is through to the last 4, where he will meet Josh Rock in the semi-finals. He has dispatched the madhouse, Richie Edhouse, by 6 legs to 4.
Semi-final time in Leicester, here at the Mattioli Arena for Players' Championship 12. These two met just 10 days ago here in this very venue in the final. Gedwin Price beat Ian White 8-4. And Diamond has had somewhat of a resurgence, hasn't he? Well, I suppose you could say the same for Gedwin Price, who some said around about 12 months ago was looking down in the dumps, didn't look very happy at all with the way things were going.
Throw for the ball.
Maybe was starting to fall out of love a little bit with the game. Well, 2025 has rolled around, and he has looked impressive.
Bullseye,
He's looked impressive in the floor tournaments. He's looked good in the Premier League.
Go in to throw first.
And he is looking for another Players' Championship title in 2025 alone.
135.
But Ian White, though, Johnny, great chance yet again to potentially avenge that final defeat from just at the end of last month here in Leicester and win a title for the first time in a while.
Yes, it was only a few days ago these two were acquainted.
100.
In the final of Players' Championship 9, 8-4 to the Iceman on that occasion. But as I said before, the Ian White's having a renaissance period, isn't he? He's enjoying himself
43.
out there again. Like a fine wine, getting better with age.
140.
And he's having a good payday here today. That is for certain, making the last four. Price down to 126. Ian just making his way into this semi-final. Race to 7, just to remind you.
100.
We'll keep you abreast of Josh Rock and Jan van Veen, which takes place next door with my learned friend Daniel McCarthy.
Well, speaking of
70.
Josh Rock, Ian White beat him in the quarterfinals. He beat yesterday's winner Cameron Menzies in the semi-finals to set up that showpiece with Gedwin Price 10 days ago
60.
here in Leicester. The familiar names on the merry-go-round here, and familiar sights for Gedwin Price as he finds tops to open us up here in the semi.
Yes, opening leg going the way of the Iceman. His sense is just getting some form back in the game. He had a good run in the Premier League 6 days ago. And this will be a nice foundation ahead of the trip to Manchester tomorrow night. And that great arena. In your part of the world now.
12,000 people expected. And they'll be expecting to see plenty of those. Gedwin Price at the first maximum of the match. Of course, has won a couple of these.
134.
Already this year. Ian White, we've already mentioned, he's seen off in a final, but he also beat a fellow Premier League player in Chris Dobie in the second Players' Championship event of the year. That was back in February in Wigan. He won 8-7 against Hollywood. Level 19 was his target.
92.
Price likes these kind of checkouts. Well, he doesn't like that second dart, though. First one was pristine in the treble 20. The second,
80.
Not where he wanted it.
Yeah, left a lot to be desired. That is for certain. Ian White to go as a level game. Got to come down 1/4 of an inch. And does so. Level game, 1-1.
2 holds of throw, both coming on tops.
140.
Josh Rock's taking the first leg out on board number 2 against Jan van Veen, and Ian White just go downstairs.
122.
Try to find the 51. But no luck on that particular occasion.
Well, Price was overtaken by Cameron Menzies yesterday as Menzies won the event, and Gezi was knocked out in the first round. Lovely from
180.
Ian White. Levels us up in the maximum count. And Price,
139.
if he progresses through to the final, will go back above Cameron Menzies to the top of the Players' Championship Order of Merit for this year.
97.
That's 87 first for Going Price. 17 taken off, has to go the 20 route. One dart at the bullseye. Now regroup going. Dropping the dart, which he does so. For the middle of the board
Game
and found by Going Price with that 87 pinned on the bullseye. It's 2-1.
3 holds of throws so far. We've seen some close encounters right throughout the course of the day.
I've seen too many for my liking. the voice is beginning to croak here.
134.
I've had a lot of 6-4s, 6-5s throughout the day. But we wouldn't have it any other way, would
60.
we? Now, chance here for Price. To get a march on in this leg. Ian White has blinked. And that has been punished by the Iceman to find his second maximum of this semi-final.
His 18th of the day.
81.
Keeping the good average going. A rueful smile across the Welshman's face.
121.
That lacklustre second dart, averaging 112 in that victory over Johnny Clayton.
Demolished him, didn't he? 6-1.
I have to laugh, by the way. I was just getting a drink in between matches and saw Johnny Clayton on the way out. And he goes, how's your day been? And I explained to him how many 6-4s and 6-5s I had. He goes, obviously you didn't do my game just now then.
Game shot.
But Price is continuing that good form from that victory over Johnny Clayton when he beat him 6 legs to 1. He's averaging 114 right now and leads by 3 legs to 1.
Well, he might have just stabbed himself inadvertently there. Edwin Price. Reset.
134.
Same outcome. A couple of times now he's lost grip of the darts before throwing. Really made much of a difference, though, has it? He's playing very well here, as he did in that game against Clayton that you just spoke about.
Yeah, he's picking up where he left off in the previous game.
$80.
Ian White hasn't had much to respond with so far. He is averaging 95. But Price is in another level.
180.
Down to 87 after 9. Odds on to go 4-1 ahead.
$137.
Well, wanted 51. Upstairs for
47.
single 20. Give himself his favourite double, tops.
184 for Ian White. Can only pressurise the shot, and there's not got much pressure being instilled here.
83.
Price to go 3 clear. 3 clear
Game
it is.
shot.
He's only missed 1 dart at a double so far. He's averaging 114.6. This is vintage stuff from the Iceman, who's just too cool for school at this moment in time. 20 points ahead, near enough, from Ian White.
134.
Who's still battling on.
Price took the first leg.
180.
Another 184. Edwin Price is 4th now. He took the first leg by holding throw on tops. The second leg he won was to go 2-1 up. That was 87 on the bullseye.
140.
He went 3-1. Guess what double he won it on? Tops. 4-1. Tops. You just know when he gets tops
93
in his sights, you are pretty much a dead man walking. Unfortunately, Ian White is feeling that right now.
Well, this is a must-hold for Ian White. Or this semi-final run away from him. Gerwyn Price is giving him relentless pressure.
174.
Beautifully done.
To say that you feel like Ian White needs this. And Ian White gets it. That could be pivotal. That could be a catalyst for Ian White, who was chasing shadows a bit up against Gerwyn Price. But that bullseye finish puts him back within 2.
140.
Well, it was needed. Very much needed. With Price waiting in the wings.
83.
Now Ian White has put his average north of the 100 mark as well.
140.
But he's going to have to find a way to break the Price throw. To get this game back on song.
180.
That helps.
Yes, absolutely. Cue the choir for that one.
121.
The ton left then for Gerwyn Price. Price has seen off Labanauskas today. Adam Lipscomb
140.
at Dennant.
Top stops, perhaps. Now, this is the chance Ian
80.
White needs. 98. Needs to find a treble, though. Got to be treble 18. No double to be found.
58.
Price to go back to go 3 clear once again.
Well, it won't be tops for him, but it will be double 10. Not too far away with that one. Slightly inside with that one.
Game
Finds
shot.
double 5. And finds himself with 5 legs to his name now. Just 2 away from a place in another final in the Players' Championship.
Yes, he's been in a couple this year.
96.
Had to go back with Chris Dobie at the start of the year. And then these two meeting just a few days ago.
100.
To split the pair in the other semi-final until just now, where Josh Rock has edged into a 4-3 advantage over Jan van Veen.
98.
His average is still up and around 115. A beefy
81.
score.
And again, just like the previous couple of legs ago. Oh,
11.
dearie me. That could be trouble. I said Ian White would need to hold the throw here, and I think he has himself in a little bit of bother.
81.
Not punished enough, though.
Well, 70 points, the difference in that last visit. Needs a treble.
40.
Well, visits of 11 and 40 back-to-back for Ian White have severely damaged his chances of holding throw, particularly with Gerwyn Price finding a ton 40.
Yeah, leaves the awkward 99. So it's going to have to be a ton 40 here from Ian White to try and give himself a chance. Perhaps a max.
180.
Right at the right time. Now Price can only do this in 3 darts. Tops he wants.
Of course he wants tops. That's what he always wants,
shot.
and it's what he very nearly always gets. He gets within 1 leg. That's what he's facing in front of him. Place in the final as he's sweeping aside Ian White here, and he's in the red bit once more.
123.
Well, averaging 112 in the previous game. He's on 113 in this match. He is the man in form.
100.
He's the hot talent in Leicester. This moment in time. And right now he'll be thinking, get this job done, and
96.
Jan van Veen and Josh Rock go all the way if you don't mind. I can rest up ahead of the final.
55. 95.
Maximum doesn't get him down to a finish.
87.
When Gezi plays darts like this, it makes you wonder how he can lose in the first round like he did yesterday. 6-4 to Rob Owen. As we've been saying all day, that is just what this Players' Championship can be like. On any given day, any of these players can just have an absolute blinder. It just so happens that as far as Gedwin Price is concerned, he seems to have more blinders than most.
He's been ruthless today and relentless. Tops for the game.
27.
Too much darts missed.
Well, Ian White needs this bulky one to simply put stay in the contest. Seems somewhat of a formality. Is often the case with Gedwin Price.
Game shot and
when he's in this kind of mood.
Price.
Irresistible from the Iceman. He defeated Ian White in a final of the Players' Championship here in Leicester. Just 10 days ago, he's defeated him in the semi-final this time around. And he is through to yet another showpiece in the Players' Championship, averaging a bulky 111. He was ruthless on the outer ring, particularly on his favourite double of tops. 2 breaks to throw in there as well. Gedwin Price through to Players' Championship 12 final by beating Ian White 7-2.
Here we go then. Final time, and Leicester seems to be a very happy hunting ground for these two gentlemen. We were here last week, and Gerwyn Price defeated Ian White to win a player's title. And then the following day, Josh Rock defeated Cameron Menzies to win a title. What happened yesterday? Cameron Menzies defeated Peter Wright to win a title. And we've gone full circle, it seems, in the last few days. Josh Rock, the 23-year-old from Northern Ireland, the UK Open semi-finalist, up against the former champion of the world in Gerwyn Price to take the title of Players Championship 12. Dan McCarthy alongside me, Johnny Bryan, and the way Gerwyn Price has been throwing here, Dan, you've got to argue he's going to go into this as the favourite, especially on his last two performances against Ian White and Johnny Clayton, respectively.
Absolutely. Averages of 112 and 110 from Gerwyn Price, who seems to be so comfortable in this environment. He relishes playing Players' Championship events. He did say at the start of the year that he was attacking 2025 in a different manner. He was going to play as much as he possibly could.
97.
Obviously, if he wins this, it's the third title of the year, and it does afford him the luxury to pick and choose more. But he seems to have that hunger and desire to play. Josh Rock is a player on the up, as he has been ever since his dramatic ascent up the darting world, arriving in 2022. I am looking forward to this final.
Yeah, as am I. I thought Josh Rock was unlucky yesterday.
94.
Come up against a very experienced Gary Anderson to lose out in the latter stages of that tournament. But he seems to be a man in form at the moment.
100.
And is enjoying his darts. But this is a tough test against, for me, the man in form right now.
59.
153 coming in for Price, first of all. 73 to go, so treble 19 may be the target here. Indeed it is. That leaves 16 should he return.
Treble 20 is found. Treble 19 is found. Josh Rock, 167, just beneath the bullseye wire. Early scare for Gerwyn Price, who steps back up, pins double 8, and wipes away the Josh Rock threat in leg 1.
5 times these two have met in their careers. 3-2 to the Iceman in their head-to-head. The last time they met was in Rosmalen last year at the European Tour event there, which Josh Rock went on to win.
135.
So some success for Rocky against the Iceman.
140.
But needs to be heavy in the scoring department to keep up with Price, who the last couple of matches that we've seen
140
has just been in exemplary form.
140. 100.
Missed the ball for a 167. Won't get the opportunity to try for 161.
56.
On the 19s for Gerwyn Price, 4 of them will leave the bullseye. Dart at the bullseye.
Yes.
For an early break in this final. Pinned by the Iceman as well. 126 taken out. A little tap on the darts from Josh Rock. He appreciated that. And Price will appreciate a 2-0 lead.
A message sent from the Iceman. That is how you hit the bullseye, young Josh.
55. 100.
Last time these two met in a Players' Championship event, it was the final in Hildesheim a couple of years ago. It was a weekend where Price won both tournaments.
96.
Oh, happy memories of playing Josh Rock.
180. 180.
350 and 6 is possible.
He's down to a finish. Is the Iceman.
57.
170 coming in. That's a perfect dart as well. Oh, unlucky. Had the options left and right of it as well. But Rock, 164. It's on as well. Treble 18 required. Unlucky.
132.
Treble 16. Perfect. Double 12. Usually a favoured target.
Game shot.
Not quite a Gezi Price roar. He's not allowed to do that in these more sterile environments, but you could hear a little grunt of relief.
95.
Well, he might be able to now. These two are probably the only two left in the building. That's and a couple of D-riggers.
59. $57. 140.
He's got to be careful here, Josh Rock. This is a very important leg for him. Otherwise, this final could start running away from him.
100.
Price just being too strong at this moment in time. And the averages are showing that as well.
98.
And a ton 04. Rock very respectable, just under a ton. But he's only had one dart at a double so far in 3 legs. And that was one at the bullseye. Got to be a must-hold for Rocky, but he's going to be put under pressure by the Iceman.
137.
109 then for Rock. Imperative he hits this. Double 16.
93.
It was a good inch away. Single 18. Well, if you like tops as much as Price, you always start on treble 9, this combination.
47.
Yes, he berates himself.
A bit of anger from the Iceman now. Josh Rock's going to have to throw this one from nearly Loughborough, it seems. He's come right across the hockey terrain, opened the bed up, and look where he's left it now. Well, we saw this with Cameron Menzies yesterday. He had about a quarter of an inch at the top of the double 8 bed to aim for, and then Rock has to do exactly the same.
No score.
But gets no reward.
Double 10, last dart in hand, and hits it. And that's a painful one for Josh Rock to take. It is a double break of throw. Gerwyn Price, even at this early stage, is halfway to victory.
Yeah, remind you, 8 legs now the target in Players' Championship finals.
100. $140. 140.
Back-to-back 140s from the pair. Josh Rock's going to have to do this the hard way. That will help.
180.
Second max for the Northern Irishman.
60. 121.
Well, this is the opportunity to get one of these breaks back. On the bullseye.
130.
Himself down to a 2-darter, but Rock first go on 60. Topsy once, got 2 darts in hand. Just needs the one.
Shot.
And there's one of those breaks back.
Well, Josh Rock there silently imitating Gerwyn Price, and even the Iceman found that funny. He can afford to smile. He's still 4-1 up. I imagine there would have been a scowl had the scoreline been reversed.
100. $140.
A good start to this 6th leg, though, from Rocky.
59.
To put the Iceman under a little bit of pressure and a little bit of daylight now. Trying to secure back-to-back legs.
140.
Price cannot get down to a finish from 3-4-2.
100.
That's on the bull. Double 13, now double 16.
Game
Josh Rock
shot.
with a brilliant shot. More of an orthodox celebration this time. He could afford to go bullseye first start, and because it was so brilliantly hit, it made the
41.
shot a little bit easier.
And when Gerwin Price starts with the 41, the way this man's been throwing today, you've got to capitalise on it. And Josh can only
100
equal the Welshman on that visit. Not enough. Tries to get this game back on throw.
60. $96. 134.
Perfect first start.
94.
Had to switch to get down to a finish.
Yeah, he's going to have to switch here from 266.
96.
Good last start. So it's 170 the pair. Price first go. No luck.
100.
Does leave it handy with the last one, but here's Rocky's go.
$60.
Can't even pick off a treble. Should be treble 10. The double top. One step back. Price looks at double 10 this time and hits it. Ends this mini charge from Josh Rock and establishes a 5-2 advantage.
3 legs clear. Rock's the one with a better average right now. But Price has done the hard graft in the first 4 legs to cement that advantage. 5-2 the score.
140.
Busy week upcoming for Price. He's had these 2 Players' Championship events in Leicester. He then plays Luke Littler in Manchester.
140.
And he'll fancy that for a couple of reasons. One, he's got a great record against Littler, the only man that does. And secondly, Littler hasn't been great the past 2 days.
Now, it was interesting to see Luke went out in the first round yesterday and spent a couple of hours on the practice board here in Leicester.
57.
And run to the last 16 here. Richie Edhouse was his conqueror here today.
47.
Rock gets down to a finish. Price looking to pressurise the shots, and he may do now. Will do indeed.
180. Game shot.
Josh Rock responds to that pressure by hitting tops.
Yeah, didn't flinch that time. Didn't fluff his lines.
60.
Now again, this is the opportunity I mentioned a couple of legs ago. Price treble his visit to start. Rock takes out the deficit straight away.
99.
But only gives himself a 39-point advantage.
$100. 100. 58.
Opportunity knocks on the 18s. Back to the 60 bed. Gets himself down to a finish. It's the chance of the counter-attack for Josh Rock to try and get this game back on throw.
96.
Well, maybe we can be found guilty of writing the Rock obituary too soon. Price went 4-0 up and he wasn't really affording many chances to Rock.
Oh. 61.
Second time today that's happened.
Indeed it is. But this game's now back on throw. Josh Rock back-to-back legs, 4-0 down in this game. 5-2 down. He's now 1 behind. The game goes back on throw. 5-4.
$140. 140.
Brilliant.
177.
Just as good as a max.
96.
Daylight between the pair in this 10th leg.
56.
But a traveller's visit just opens the door again for Price. He has to go on the 19s, and that's going to hurt. Very much so.
83.
So Josh, 2 visits at 128.
No reason for him to attack the 18s.
60. 126.
Henry Price, no interest in dead cat shot antics. 180 to leave, double one.
28.
More conventional setup, leaves single to double.
But to get the break back. Tops he wants. And tops he gets.
Shot.
Going Price gets that break back and goes 2 clear and is now 2 away at 6-4. And starts leg 11 with aplomb. The 3rd max in this final.
180.
But Josh responds with one of his own.
Price does not respond to the response.
Josh might. He might.
140.
Excellent leg from the pair. Pivotal leg. 126 to go. 66 to go. Treble 10 or bullseye? Bullseye maybe. We went for 14s.
34.
Treble 13.
120.
Looking for that 149 setup shot. What a leg this has been. Josh Rock has left 58 after 9 darts, and he gets nothing for his efforts. Going Price 1 leg away. And despite this being a sub-ton average, which has been a rarity for Price recently,
140.
he is doing enough.
He's been professional. Despite the Josh Rock comeback, he's 3 down with 4 to play.
83.
You've got to feel for Josh Rock. You know,
96.
He was slow out the blocks. Had a chance to win the first leg. Against the darts with a dart for the bullseye, but then he had no answer to the burst from Price.
133.
He's still favourite to take this 12th leg to ask Price the question
96.
of winning it on his own throw.
Stays up there for double 6.
Game shot.
Josh Rock with a 1-3-2 finish. Not the champagne version. And it'll still taste just as good.
96.
Well, we've had a 1-2-6 from Price, a 1-2-1 from Josh Rock, and a 1-3-2 from Rocky. And now another max.
180. 140.
Again, the heart of the 60 bed. Back-to-back 180s for Rocky.
He's already hit a 9-dart finish today as Josh Rock.
95.
Going Price leaves the big fish. Josh Rock might leave him nothing. Treble 20 is found. Treble 19, double 12. Not quite perfection in the final. That would have been a break of throw. And how about this? To slap the door shut in Josh Rock's face. It's not going to happen.
But to keep the game alive. 1 dart at double 6. Got to go left an inch. And
Game
does
shot.
so to his credit. It's a breaker throw, just to remind you as well. So Josh Rock now throwing to take us into a decider.
Oh.
180.
If at first you don't succeed, you know the rest of that phrase.
But he's averaging, I think, around 110, Josh Rock. in this final. Gerwyn Price has just gone past the century.
40.
11 points behind on the averages and is a leg behind, a leg away from losing this final.
96.
But he's found top gear in the last couple of legs. 80 scored, 101 left. That'll do nicely.
40.
Gerwyn Price starts on the 20s, which is risky on 265. Maybe he just expects Rock to clean up this 41. 9 for double 16. We are going to a deciding leg. It has been such a high-quality contest. It deserves one.
What a start from Price. Oh, what a start indeed. In a deciding leg of a final.
96.
Gerwyn Price has not had a dart at double in the last 3 legs that Josh Rock has won. And yet, he is still favourite for this match. About producing it when it matters.
100.
But he's going to need an unforced error from the Iceman to have any sort of opportunity here. 99 would have left 164. Instead, it finds the trouble to leave 126. Rock goes on the 18s. And he's not going to get down to a finish. So Gerwyn Price now 81. With the luxury of 2 visits at 126 to take the title.
Well, went to the 15 with Rock on 224. He's got time 86. To play around. Leaves double top. All Josh Rock can do is throw as much pressure towards Price as possible. That is the maximum amount of pressure, quite literally. But Price up for tops. Now double 10. It is thrice for Price in Leicester.
Gerwyn Price.
Gerwyn Price, a 3-time winner on the Pro Tour this year. Gets a big old smooch from Josh Rock. Much deserved as well. That was a quality game of darts. Josh Rock leaves with an average of 110.7. However, Gerwyn Price did what he needed to do at the right times. One of the most watchable, enjoyable games of darts you are likely to see on the floor all year. It was the finishing that ultimately did it for Price. 8 from 14. He has beaten Josh Rock 8 legs to 7.
Gerwyn Price, a winner again. That's now a quarter of these floor tournaments this year that you've been crowned the winner of, and that was just an outrageous final. How good does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as good as I was in the semis or the quarters, but Josh played fantastic to come back, and yeah, luckily I got a big lead. Otherwise, he would have blew me away. But yeah, thankfully got over the end in the winning over the win line in the end. But yeah, look at 110 average, and I won.
Well, you motored into that 4-0 lead, as you said, and that has not been a stranger to you today alone. That 110 average. I mean, you were kicking in big averages against Johnny, and then against Ian. I mean, was there anything different today? Anything that felt different today, considering yesterday obviously you fell early?
No, but I played well while I was on the stream boards. But when I'm on the outside boards, I didn't perform really well at all. And I could have lost a couple of them, low 90 averages. But when I came in here, I felt a little bit more comfortable, and yeah, got some good wins.
Any reason for that at all, or just?
I don't know. I think in here you seem to zone in a little bit more. Pretty much similar to when you're on TV or you're in the Europeans or something. You just zone in a little bit better and a little bit more space, bit brighter. I'm not sure.
When there were questions about last year and how you played last year, to have started this year so well, and we've had 12 of these events, and as I said, you've now won 3 of them. You must be so confident now.
Yeah,
I mean, you've always been a confident player.
But the main reason is I'm turning up for him. In the past, I've gone to a Premier League. I've missed Europeans, missed Pro Tours, and then 2 years down the line, it catches up with you, which it has. I'm down to number 12 in the world, and if you're going to miss tournaments 2 years' time, it's going to bite you. So I'm going to hit as much as I can now over the next year or two, and hopefully get myself back up in the ranking.
Yeah, we've heard questions this week about balance. So how much about?
Yeah, but they say balance, and if you're going to miss Pro Tours and Europeans like I have in the past and drop down to number 12 in the world, then are they going to pick you for the Premier League when you're down that far? So it's like they want you to miss tournaments, but are they going to reward you if you go down the ranking? It's a fine balance, and if you do miss tournaments, there's a lot of pressure when you're not doing well.
You mentioned the Premier League there, obviously off to Manchester tomorrow. you must be feling good ahead of that one now.
Yeah, I was a bit ill yesterday, and I felt a little bit better this morning. I said to my wife, I don't know whether to pull out or just go straight to Manchester. She said, we're here, you may as well go. So I did, thankfully.
Made the right choice then. Yeah.
She's always right. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think Luke Littler, he's not in the best of form. I've got, a couple of games up on him. So I think he's going to, in his own backyard, it's going to be tough. So I'm looking forward to that one.
I mean, darts is one of those games. I mean, like you say, yesterday didn't perform great. Today you did, but tomorrow's another day again. But I suppose it's all about carrying this as best you can through to tomorrow.
Yeah, but by winning these, it gives you a good boost of confidence. Doesn't matter how well you're playing, how bad you're playing. When you can win tournaments, whether you're playing well or bad. Today I've struggled a little bit in 1 or 2 games. Played really well in some of them. Got over the winning line in the final, but it gives you great confidence, going forward.
Well, Gezi, well done. Good luck in Manchester tomorrow. Godwin will be there. Hopefully you can be too. And we'll see you soon on PDC TV when we're back in the Netherlands. Bye for now.